Okay. Take a look at this text here. I think the text is readable. Wait, where's my? Oh, right. Activate. Activate. Go. Oh yeah, I'm fairly certain that text should be readable. Mm-hmm. 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 This is the biggest problem with this language, in my opinion. Actually, why don't I do this? I think this. I think I liked having rainbow. Is it this one? No, this is CSV. Hmm. I think it's this one. Wait, are these? Well, these are made by the same people, but one of them's paid and one of them's not. Interesting. There we go. That's better. Test. I'm actually using a MacBook Pro right now. Mm, mhm. Hmm. I think there's one too many. Let's see. The orange. Oh, and did my computer just crash? I think my Mac just crashed. Yeah, something something just happened. Oh, I forgot to plug this in. I don't think that you guys heard that. Duh. Which computer is my mouse on? Oh, it's not mirrored. It was mirrored. Now it's not. Where's data grip? Where is IntelliJ Ultimate? There we go. Hmm. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, there we go. That's not what we want. Uh, Mac OS mirror display. Then display. Okay, display. Okay, wait. Oh, it's probably under advanced. There we go. Beautiful. Mm. Where'd my test go? Don't tell me my test is gone. That would be upsetting. Oh, language test. There we go. Mm. Mm. Is that green? There's green. Did it just crash again? No. Okay. Whew. No, it just. What? Okay, I'm uninstalling that plugin. Boo-doo-doo. Mm. I'm thinking about just restarting again. Dear God, it's horrible. Okay, so it's definitely that that rainbow thing that's causing the issue. We're gonna uninstall it. I think it's just freaking thrashing the CPU is all. Like it's just absolutely thrashing shit. So we'll freaking remove it and call it a day because it seems to do it on mixed format. Wait, what? No. That's not a God damn it. Fuck. I went to uninstall the one that I wanted to, and I uninstalled the one that I didn't want it to. God, I hope I don't have to reset that up. Elixir is such a pain in the ass to set up on this thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, sweet. I didn't have to rerun it. There we go. Mm-hmm. 嗯 What? No. This is name required. Wait. No. There we go. Yeah. This and 15? Error in file language. Cannot invoke. Wait. So, is it just these two that are causing the fail? Why is there duplicates here? Why do I keep getting duplicates? Okay, so it's line 15. That's the problem. So this one here is allegedly the problem. This should be not a problem though. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Test database fields are correct. What's the error here? F2 inside. Test database fields are correct. Can create language. Wait. Oh, that's why. Okay. Whew. This got all kinds of messed up. The end on line. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see it now. I sees it. No wonder I was getting confused. There we go. There we go. Actually, I don't care to test that because we already know that works. We didn't write that code, so it just doesn't matter. There we go. Oops. There we go. Then this is going to be a new describe. At this point, though, like I don't know. Let's just do a test here. Test. Actually, no. We can do the describe. Um. Can update a language. Do we're gonna do an insert. We need to grab the insert from. We're just gonna grab this insert here. Good. Okay. Here we're gonna say oops. And this requires the language. That should work. Let's see if it worked. Ecto. What's the return type on this again? Yeah, that's what I thought. Repo.insert. We pass in this. We get back OK struct. Okay, and then this is a struct language. Ecto update record. It has been like 3 years since I've worked in this language. Oh, is it? Is it just this? Oh, okay. So we do this, then that, and then we do this, and we do repo dot update, and then this should return OK updated language. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, I forgot to do one here. Can't add. Cannot add the same language to more than once. Language is unique. There we go. Ecto unique constraint. This one. Yay! Wait. Wi-Fi just plug in my phone. Mhm. Why is it email? Hmm. Wait, what is the makeup here? Unique constraint 3. The change set field or fields, and then options. Yeah, and list of atoms. Okay. So this would be okay. So validate unique should come here. Um, this unique constraint here would be name, and this would be English name, and then this would be unique language name. Oh, that's why. There we go. Next test. That. One failure. Unique constraint do. Instead of relying on name interface, it may be best to set the constraint name explicitly. This is actually the one that I'm looking for. Well, why does it only have email? It doesn't have the company ID. Yeah, this is what that's create, but here, unique constraint, do. Name your constraint. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So we do this. Oops. This call. That didn't work. A unique language name. Wait a second. Is this because this is email? Wait. Do users? No. Here, email. Let's try. Let's try this. See, I was thinking this would be it, right? And then this would be English name, right? But that's not working. Okay. Add. It's not it. Currency pre-account. Is this showing up somewhere that I'm not seeing? Okay, so this is just naming it, right? Which is exactly what we did, right? Because I believe we yoinked that specifically from the database table. Where's the language? Here we go. Yeah, unique here. This is the name. We paste that in there. Here we go. And then we come over here and we say unique language name. There. And then we mix test. And then we still get the same error. Not quite getting the question that I want answered. I'm getting this error. This is the change set. Ugh. This is the change set. This is the database migration. Explanation name is the field that needs to be unique in the table. What? Unique index. Uniqueness. Is that not what mine is? Oh. Name. Maybe. Is that actually it? No, it's not. What would my unique This is actually what mine looks like, though. What's going on? Wait, what just happened? My system just locked up again. This has not happened on this system until just now. Like when I started streaming, it started happening. Is it maybe like me outputting to an extra monitor that's causing the problem? I wonder. Like, I don't think so. But like, it's completely locked. Like, actually locked up. That was a full crash, I think. Yeah, that was a full crash. Like, not even just a partial crash, like an actual full on crash. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. If it crashes again, we're going to call it. If I get another full crash like that, I'm calling that and we're going back to game dev. I really wanted to try and get this project worked out. And I figured it would be fun to do it on stream, but if it's just going to crash constantly, there's no point in trying, right? I need to I'm still trying to figure out why this is not working though. So that's this is a problem that is not seemingly fixable for some reason. Like you would think that it would be potentially this, right? There's the name, right? That's the option. We've looked at this. And it's still not working. I think this is just going to be an issue for now. It's fine. It is what it is. Whatever. I it's not that important right this moment. I'll figure it out later. We're going to move on to another one. So there we've got the language done, right? And did we test profile? No, but I'm going to skip profile for now. I want to get the rest of these done. The individuals here. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to go to word next. Do their word. There's my new unique there, but that's not going to work correctly, I don't think. Oh, wait. What? Yeah, no, that's supposed to be unique. Spelling to parent word. Yeah, spelling and parent word are supposed to be unique together. Uh yeah, it doesn't matter that much. Validate unique. Okay, here we go. Required is spelling and language ID. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, so let's go to our test. Oh wait, did I finish? I don't think I did an update, did I? Oh no. Yeah, that works. Cool. Okay, so we can go to this one now. And database fields are correct. Can create a word. We need to create a ecto setup. Sorry. Um, what's the test here? What's the test system called? Oh, X unit. Uh, EX unit setup. Context to do. We just want to set up a base language here. I think that's in fixtures, maybe. Okay. Setup. Set up cold dishes. It's, Mhm. Okay, and how are they doing this for a count test? Use fixture. Yay. Do. Validate user attributes. I don't think I need this right now. User features. Is user features the one that we were looking for? Count features. Count test. User fixture. Okay, yeah. User fixture is the one that we're looking at here. And this is just going to be validate extract user token. Don't care about that. Here. Def. Oh, right. This has like a to do this here. Check if language already exists. Get by. This returns a ecto get by. Here, switch, switch, switch. Where's my returns? I think this is probably what we want. We don't actually. Actually, I guess we kind of need to do something. Like we need to return something, so we might as well, right? I'm just trying to think here. Insert. Case. I think we can do an if. There we go. We effectively want to do this again for this. Here, word, word, word. Wait, is this in the fixtures? This is in the fixtures, yeah. Okay. Language filters. Um, we need the alias for language. Oops. I don't care about the word right now. Oops. And there. Mhm. Cannot define module language. Oh, right. That's the word test. Yeah. Violation error in on 8. Oh, yeah. That's 100% wrong. That's super wrong. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so then we can bring this over here like so. And then we have our whole list here of all of our stuff that we care about, right? So first things first is we're going to do this setup, the context. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We need to import this fixture here. Oops. English language. Oh wait, no, we actually do need to fetch the English language. I wasn't thinking about that. Insert. There we go. Um, yeah, that's really about it. And then we just need a language. And then we do mix format. Checks. Oh, yeah. What are the response terms for this again? It's been so long. So we need this query is what we need. Checks if any posts. Okay. It's accounts, language fixtures. I want to just, okay, let's just do this. Get here, and then this, I believe this returns back. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to return back this, and then we're going to do a case, do, and then, would it actually be that? I guess there's only one way to find out, right? That's language test, word test. Wait, language test is still erroring with an actual error? I thought we fixed that. You'd like to stop this constraint violation from raising an exception and instead add it to. $36. Huh. Is it because it's already added? Oh, it's probably because it's added once already. Maybe? Okay, so it's just straight up that fucking you've got to be kidding me. Come on. Change set has not defined. It's because we're not going through a change set. Oh, right here. So language dot change set language here. Oh, I wonder if this would work. Let's try it. It's been so long since I've done this, right? So okay, so I think that worked. Let's actually do that here first. Let's do this here, right? So we'll do language, change set, insert. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we've got 3 errors. Right, because this can't be here, but mm, do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let's see if this person, let's see when March 29th, 20, like almost yesterday. Oh, sorry, no, I wanted to ban that person because they just created their account and their whole sketch. Here we go. So now we're actually testing the change set, which is better. There we go. Wait, 5 tests, 4 excluded? Wait, what? Oh, whatever. Can create language. Do. That one's. This one's. What's the error? Right, because here we're doing this now. And we can just do this. Oh wait, yeah, because this is like a full-on error now, right? So this is a change set now. Um, mm, error. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do this. Okay, there. We'll do that. Right. We're gonna have this one here is gonna. Hmm. That should be failing now, and it's not. Oh wait, no, that's 36. We're only running the 136. This right. We're not running all of them. There we go. 2 failures. That's what we wanted. And now we want to make sure that we get back the error saying that it's there we go. Errors. There we go. That's what we're looking for. And then this is which one's this one? Change to 12, which is this one. Yes. There we go. Sweet. We got it. Uh this should be the error that we're expecting. Now we should only have one, I think. You know what? Let's do this 12. So we only run the singular one and then we don't have the extraness of extra stuff. Uh and then we don't need this repo here. This should just be this. Oh, this returns okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, sweet. Right, I was trying to force a an error. Do, do, do. Code. Why is it not giving me what I want here? All right, so we do know that it's going to be error, right? And this is um we'll do that and then we'll do io.inspect error. and this should crash. We just crashed. I think I just discovered a new controversial programming topic. I made the argument that you don't need to use the debugger. I didn't know people were that passionate about the topic. Dude, people are super passionate about that topic. I think my computer just crashed again. I'm having no fucking luck with this today. Yeah, I'm gonna stop and just do this off stream, unfortunately. Yes. Well, I'm not logging off. I'm just gonna switch to something else. Here we go. Where's my mouse? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So you didn't know that was like a huge thing? I think that it is. I know why you argument that you the I know I so I know the exact reason why that you do not use a debugger. um Don, there is a fundamental reason as to why you're not using a debugger. And the reason being is that JavaScript's debugger is dog shit. It's not useful. The JavaScript debugger is not useful in like 99% of the cases. Yeah, because like you're so far in the weeds of like when something bad happens in JavaScript, right? And it gets surfaced up, um you're so far into the libraries that you're either like you're in TypeScript and you've got this like transpiled minimized thing, right? Or you're so far into somebody else's code that like it's just not that useful. And then like the connection be like setting up the connection between your like setting up your IDE or your development environment to actually connect the two. the Yeah, no. So like the debugger, I've tried. Okay, so I am an avid debug user. Like I actually use debuggers. I love debuggers. Debuggers make me happy, right? But the reality is that I do not use the debugger in JavaScript because it's terrible, right? There is a fairly decent debugger inside of Elixir, but it's a lot more complicated to use than a regular debugger. And because of that, I don't really use it, right? I also don't like so the tooling around JavaScript debugging is just it's not well done, right? Yeah, so it's not super useful in JavaScript, right? And even if you get it working, like I've had it working. I've had a JavaScript debugger working and I still don't find it useful. Like it is actually more useful in JavaScript just to console log the data that you want, right? Because like there's almost like the amount of time spent like stepping through JavaScript code versus just debugging, like debug logging. Um, like you're probably just gonna have an easier time with debug logging, right? Now the fundamental problem there is that like tracing stuff, like tracing back what's happening in JavaScript can be painful, right? But if you're in a language like I am, so I'm gonna assume that like Ruby is one of these, but like so the Python debugger is great, right? Specifically if you're using a proper IDE, debugging is like nothing. It's so valuable, right? It is so good, right? So like, okay, so if I come into here, right? Let's say this function right here. I click this there. Now when my code hits this section here, it halts. I can see what this value is. I can see this value and stuff like that. And depending on your language, you can actually utilize these values and mutate them and stuff like that, and take a look at them and do deep dives into them. But then you also have a list of all of like where it came from. So I'll have like a list down here. I would do it in here, but like it requires a little bit of extra setup, so I don't use it a lot with I've used it with, but I've not used it a ton with dots, because like dots being a threaded application, it creates a little bit of oddities. So it takes a little bit of getting used to, and your code executes substantially slower. Wait, let's snooze that there. There we go. 5 minutes of snoozing. I have to get a chance again with Python. I wish I could show you with Python, but I don't think do I have Python installed even? If I have Python installed, I'll just show you. Yeah, I do. Okay, here. Yeah, I'll just show you. I'll show you what I mean by like how debugging in like in something that's set up correctly, debugging is super useful. If you don't have things set up a very specific way, then it's not that useful, right? To do local projects, select folder, done, the dev debug demo. Oops. I don't have a. I don't think I have one installed. Damn it. I don't have any Python versions. Damn it. I can show you in You know what? It's really easy to show in I have something that I can do. So give me 1 second here. If I go for a Unreal project, we can debug it. I think it's this one. So I'll demo. I'll show you how debugging works in like an Unreal project, because it's going to be similar to the Python stuff. I forgot that I didn't have a proper Python environment. If I wasn't using dots, I would be using debuggers more often. But enabling debugging, doing debugging with dots is like, if you don't forget to turn it off, it causes so many, like it causes your project, your project to come to a standstill when you're really heavy into dots, because it strips away all the speed of dots. Like it strips away a lot of the speed that comes from the burst compiler in dots. So like if your project's really reliant on the burst compiler and the threading of dots, then enabling the debugger, you have to remember to disable the debugger for dots, because it strips it down to a single thread effectively. So your application runs like dog shit, but it halts and everything in the correct spots, and you can visualize everything and whatnot. But I'll show you, and it's actually really cool. I didn't hit that right. That was the wrong one. I wanted to hit that little bug. So I used this a lot when I was trying to debug like hits and stuff like that in Unreal. Oh, another spot where debugging can cause a lot of like pain points is if you've got something that runs really, really rapidly at all times in a loop. You have to like step, like it locks up the system every time it hits the debug. So every time you hit the I'm gonna let this play out, this ad play for while this loads. I'll get this quickly set up while the ad goes. That's one of the reasons why it's not that useful in JavaScript. Trails to do. Truckin. Blueprints. Radar pedestrian. Wait, is the ad starting or is the ad running? Oh no, I'm waiting for the ad to finish. There's supposed to be an ad break for 40 more seconds. I guess you didn't get the ad. Twitch Turbo for the win. Yeah. Love Turbo. We've got 8 seconds on the ad. Okay, there we're back. All right. So, what I've done is I've got it set up so when we strike a pedestrian, we're going to hit, actually when we strike I think just about anybody, we're going to hit this line of code right here where I've done this. And that's not the one that I was wanting. That's the wrong code base. This is the code base here. So this is the C++. I'm going to hit this here. It's going to halt, okay? So let's take a look. We'll minimize this and then we'll hit play. All right, let's hit somebody and see it. Ah, there we go. It looks like it crashed, but it didn't. It's still live, right? Here we go. So we are now right here in execution. If I want to, I can step to the next line, which is this line here, right? So this, right? B is alive. Okay, so is alive is true. So we can say that this is going to go to, we're now going to go down to here, right? What about this impulse? What's the value of impulse? Well, the value of impulse is right here. This is what this looks like in memory, right? So X is this, Y is this, and Z is this, right? What is the hip bone? Oh, we hit the pelvis, right? Oh, sorry, no, this is this. Hip bone. Hip bone is this F name here, right? Which is something. It's a thing. Whatever. Right? All right. So we can step out here to something else, right? So let's step to the next line here. So we were correct. This is true. So because we were looking for not alive and then we would return, we would then come down to here. Booyah. This hip bone name is not equal to name none. So we're not going to execute this if statement. We're going to step over it. If I step to the next line, or I was wrong. Wait, did I bone name? Oh, maybe it is equal to name none because name none I think is like a variable somewhere. Whatever. So we're going to say hip bone name equals root bone, right? There we go. Now if we go to here, we can see that it should have changed. Whatever. If is ragdoll. Oh, well, what does ragdoll do? What does is ragdoll do, right? So I can step into. Oh, here we go. And then I can step into again if I want to go into is simulating physics, right? But let's not bother with that, right? So, and then here we've got this is, so we can check out like this variable here. Oh, this character has 100 health. Yada yada yada, right? Then we're going to step back out after a while. There we go. Is ragdoll. There. Let's so it's not currently ragdoll. Then we can kill the character. Well, what does this do? Step into. We've still got the character. We can see that we've got the root bone name is pelvis. We've got 100 here as the health, a character. There's the ragdoll character, the a character class that it's based off of, all the variables that are attached to it at all times, right? We can see that the sound here is loaded correctly. Subpath is yada yada yada. Despawn time is 5. The despawn handler equals 0, right? We can see all this information at a glance, right? And we can continue stepping through things, right? And because this executed, we can see this change made in here if we know what we're looking for, right? Or if we don't know what we're looking for, we can see not. We can whatever, right? And then if we look at this one here, this one's the important one here, is we can see that this is where we're currently at, and this is where we came from. And before that, we were here. And before that, we were here. And before that, we were here. And we can jump back to see where we were at, and we can see variables that are held in memory for each step, right? Now, I can't remember if these change over time, right? Like I don't think these are actually a snapshot. I think they're just pointing at memory. That should not be nulled, right? But don't hold me to that. I'm not that amazing at debugging with a debugger in like C++. So, but yeah, it's just like, we've got all this stuff now, right? We've got all this information. We're like going in and being like, so what makes it better than like console log debugging, right? Or debug logging, console debugging is that like you don't have to like guess what values you're looking for. You can actually just like inspect the entire thing here. Now you can do that with you can do that with JavaScript by just like console logging the object, and then the browser will allow you to have something like this, but it's just like, oh, but where was I before, right? You can't like step through and see where you've come from and where you're going as easily, right? And then you can't be like, oh, okay, well, that didn't end up being it, and then you have to like rerun it and step through it again through the browser instead of just being like, oh, I stopped there, and then this is where I'm heading, and we can step through it one line at a time and figure out all the different, like, what's going on, where things are going, where things are, whatever. And then when you're done, you just go boom, right? And then because I've now I've struck another character, it's going to stop there again. And then we've got the next characters thing, right? And then I can hit this resume, right? If I want to stop this, I can clear it completely. I don't want to clear it completely, but I still want to if I want to keep this breakpoint there, but I want to continue for now, I can just clear all mute all the breakpoints, and then I can run as if I wasn't debugging, right? It might have even been helpful when I was dealing with an internal issue with Nest.js. It's possible, right? So like you need to have things set up in a way that the debugging can yield useful information first. And then once it yields useful information, then debuggers become super useful. But if using them is so cumbersome that you spend more time setting it up, like setting up the breakpoints and everything like that, than actually debugging the issue, then debuggers are largely useless at that point because you're spending more time actively setting up your debugger than actually taking care of the issue. But if it's very easy to use the debugger, then debuggers are fantastic. They are absolutely amazing. But I've not really seen a useful JavaScript debugger. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. It just, I haven't really dealt with it. So, but yeah, so like You could see like where it kept stopping here at this B is alive because I had a breakpoint here and this kept getting hit, right? So I'd execute the code and then it'd get hit again. And then I'd execute the code and then it'd get hit again, right? And it's just like, yeah. Thanks for showing me a useful, well set up debugger. It's good to have that perspective. Yeah. But you see why people are like so passionate about their debugger is because it's like it is so much nicer to not have to like transpile or compile your code and run it again versus just like I can like in real time like change my debugging spots and then I'll just execute to this spot, right? So it's just like so useful. And it also depends, right? Because I think it was the Primogen actually touched on this one, and I think he also said that he doesn't really use a debugger for JavaScript, and for certain web stuff he doesn't really use a debugger because like the second that you enter multi-threaded code, like proper multi-threaded code, where like multiple things are going on and you're like communicating with other services and stuff like that, debuggers are really hard to use. And they don't always yield really super useful information because of like specific timings and stuff like that. And things are going to error out weirdly and stuff like that. So it's just like, it really depends. Some people need to touch grass, not get so heated about it, but I do understand it. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's like debuggers are not as useful for like heavily for certain types of web development. So like if you only work in those worlds of web development, then like debuggers you've never seen a useful debugger and it explains why you don't use it. Sweet. Dope. Yeah. No, I love debuggers. Not having access to a debugger sometimes really irritates me. But um, you know. Oh yeah, I've got to change my name here. Hmm. Now I know why you hate JS so much. No debugger. Ugh. No, I dislike JS for a whole host of other reasons. I just don't. I just really don't enjoy programming in JS. Is what it comes down to. With that project that I was working on that kept crashing for me for some reason. Um, I I'm adamant. I was going to have a friend help me by doing the front end, and I talked to him this weekend, and I was just like, you know what? I think that it would probably be a good exercise for me to build the front end. Like I actually need to get more experience doing front end development because like I am severely lacking. Yeah. I think if backend devs got more comfortable with JS and CSS, they enjoyed it. I don't know. I don't I don't think there's a day that I will enjoy JavaScript and CSS, but there are definitely ways to make JavaScript less painful to deal with. Okay, so to be fair to JavaScript, one of the things that I don't like is like the promise hell, and the way they have like promises and what is it, like promises and coroutines or whatever like that, where they fake threading. They fake asynchronous code, and 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 it just makes it so hard to deal with sometimes. Or like JavaScript's insistence on like tiny libraries that do like one thing and one thing okay. Like left pad pissed me off. When I found out that left pad was a huge thing that like a lot of the JavaScript community used, that actually irritated me. Like straight up just actually it pissed me off. I just like, why is this a thing? Why is this a library that everybody depends on? And like, what? Like, why is this a library that everybody depends on when like left pad at the time, like left pad. Let's see if we can find left pad. Because like left pad's changed here. This is what left pad was, right? And it's just like I understand not rewriting code, but this code, if you if your project is big enough, this should be your code. This should just be in a utils function somewhere in your code. This is not complicated code, right? Like it irritated me because it's like it's not complicated. Why are people rewriting, like not just writing that? There's another one that sees a lot and it's like is even or is odd. Is it is even? I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. Is it? Wait, what? I'm sorry, we have to check out this repository. Oh, okay. Wait, what? I'm so confused. So confused. I don't. Okay, whatever. Anyways, so there was, yeah, like why is this a thing? Right? Like it is even. This one here. Look how many downloads this has. This is a weekly download chart, right? And it's and if we go to this, right? And where is it? It's literally this. And it requires is odd to be installed, right? Is odd is required to be installed, and then it returns not is odd. Did you know that if you remove this requirement, we had that at my last job. A request that improved the speed of this package by a metric fuck ton, but it removed this requirement, and he didn't like that. So he fucking like shot it down. He was really rude about it too. To be fair, I think my pull request wasn't very nice about it either. Like my pull request wasn't like explicitly rude, but like I didn't go out of my way to like phrase things correctly. Like phrase things in a overly nice manner because I was like, this is stupid. Why is this a fucking package? Right? Because if we go to is odd is the requirement, right? Where is it? Is this the one? Is odd, exact match here. Yeah, if we go to is odd, right? And then we go to the index, right? It's this. And this is an inefficient way to do this, right? This is bad. This is actually bad code. Um you want to you don't this is an expensive function. And I believe that this gets optimized out. Like I believe this gets optimized into doing a bitwise check. But what you really want to do is you want to do a bitwise check to see whether or not the first the first value of is 1 or 0, right? Because that's one that gives you a 1. Sorry, that gives you 1 for time efficiency, right? And if we're basing this off of like cycle efficiency for JavaScript because it's JavaScript, it's slow enough as it is, right? To be fair, JavaScript's actually relatively fast, but like if we're going for speed, which we should be because we're doing JavaScript, then doing an expensive operation here, whether or not it gets optimized out or not, what if it gets skipped? What if it doesn't get optimized out? Why are we wasting the time doing like, you know, something that is horribly inefficient, like a divide, right? Like, why are we dividing? Dividing is one of the worst ideas possible on anything that has to happen a lot, right? Don't divide. Avoid divide at all costs. And modulo is just divide under the hood. Anyway, sorry. What you do is you check to see whether or not the first letter or the rightmost binary index is a 0. If it's a 0, it's even, and if it's not, if it's a 1, it's odd. Anyway, so you do that check, right? And as long as that comes back as true, you return, right? Now you do have to do all of this, right? This is actually these checks here actually make sense. They actually do make sense. Yeah. Maybe. Anyways, but these all of these checks actually make sense. But this also relies on his is a number function library. Right? So this all boils down to this guy's just got a bunch of like libraries that he wanted to have like a lot of downloads for. And they all get a metric fuck ton of downloads. Right? And they are tiny to the point that this code, if it is ever removed, will break a bunch of packages. But we're talking about, right, eight, 18 lines of code. If when 6 of them are fucking the copyright statement, like 8 lines of the code, it's literally 8 lines of code. There, 8 lines of code. And we can't put that in our critical packages? No, I'm saying that this is not like complicated code. Like I said, this is not complicated code, right? We shouldn't be relying on these tiny little packages. Worked very hard on this. Yeah, but like all it takes is for this guy to get fed up with the community, right? And leave. And then a malicious actor to come along and buy the rights to his packages from him. And just so you know, this does happen. They buy the rights to this package, right? And then they add malware to it. And now we're like we if we use is even, no, is odd, no, yeah, is even, we rely on is odd and is a number or is number in order to keep security of our application and our systems. But all it takes is this guy to not be happy with the community and decide he's walking away, and then somebody to notice, come along and say, hey, I want to buy your packages from you. Then they give him a little bit of money and he sells off the packages to him. And then, oh, hey, now there's malware injected into these. Because you don't change the code, you just change the dependencies. And nobody notices. Because nobody's looking at is even or is odd or is number, because these are simple packages. I don't remember. It's happened a couple times in like it's happened a couple times in JavaScript, I think Python. It doesn't really happen in C++ because people actually audit those packages too much. And like the big packages in C++ are like actually like controlled by like a community that takes funding and stuff like that. So it really depends on your language, right? But like I think it's happened in Ruby. It's happened in, it might have happened in Go. I'm not entirely sure. Um, it happened to, there was a number of like plugins that it happened to, like really big plugins that didn't, that were unfunded, and the guy just got fed up. He got tired of doing it, so he kind of like was, they were like mostly abandoned, but they still worked fine because like they're small packages, they don't do much. So there's not much changing in it, right? So there's not a lot of moving parts. So somebody would come along, they'd buy them, and because they held all the rights to them, right? They would just, quietly make changes. Hmm. There was I swear there was a couple big ones. Language, language package, or language third party library attacks. How to handle vulnerabilities in third party libraries. Um, third party uh, do yeah, it's been documented a couple of times. It doesn't happen super frequently because people are getting more and more like the repo, like the like pip, which is the Python one, and npm are getting, have put up barriers to make it harder. But it does happen. It still happens, and it will always happen, right? But like uh if we look at like the dependence here, right? this is the nice list of things that depend on this, and it's a giant list, right? And it's just like, oh well, that's maintained by the same guy. But like markdown utils, time diff. There's some we saw uh some bigger packages that rely on this, and it's just like, why are we allowing this as a like why is the JavaScript community so hell bent on having this level of like um inability to audit their packaging system, right? And this the when I say that, right, like I do mean like JavaScript actually is very unique in this aspect, that there are tiny packages like that. You don't really get that in other languages, right? And that's partially because of like how stripped out JavaScript is, right? That there is not a that the fact that like testing whether or not something is a number actually does require eight lines of code to do. And there are like weird things that need to be checked for, right? In order to actually validate that yes, this actually is a number and it's not stupid kind of thing. Like it's not something like weirdly shaped. This is what create the things like this is actually what creates the problem though. Is that this should be part of there should be a way to validate this as part of the language. Well, it's because like so like one of the things is that like people are just trying to get basic functionality into JavaScript effectively, right? And like JavaScript doesn't have a good way to test if something is a number, right? And I only know that that is the case because I tried to get around this package because I thought this was stupid, right? And I was like, oh, there's actually a good reason to have this amount of code for this package, because he's got like test cases and stuff like that that actually test quite a bit of edge cases that I was like, I can't believe these are edge cases. Like, look, this is all to protect against this, right? There are so many individual like little weird edge cases that you have to have 8 lines of code to check whether or not something is actually a number in JavaScript. Technically, you don't need 8 lines of code. You actually only need 6 lines, or no, 5 lines. You only need these 5, right? To check whether or not something is a number, because you can embed this directly into like where you need it if you really need to, right? But like if you want it as a function, it's going to be 8 lines of code. I guess it's going to be like 6 lines of code. It might be. Yeah, you could probably argue that it'd probably be like 7 lines of code regardless, right? So like 7, 8 lines of code regardless, right? Kind of thing. Yeah. But it's little edge cases like this that has bred the JavaScript community into a situation like this. Oh, like literally this. Because is not a number isn't robust enough. Go actually try this. Like this is actually like a really I don't have JavaScript like properly set up or installed correctly on this system, so I can't demo it for you. But like if you go and actually like take this code, modify this, and just run these tests, right? You'd be surprised at all the weird edge cases that this guy went out and actually tracked down and found to figure out that you need this code to return false. There are so many edge cases because JavaScript. Personally, I think this should be part of the language, right? Like just something like this should be part of the language period, right? Like it should just be in the language so everybody can just use it. The is odd is even thing is irrelevant to me, right? Like that doesn't need to be in the language, but like being able to check if something is a number is a very valuable thing in JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's stuff like that. It just irritates me. I'll be right back. In the meantime, we can see people walking around. Oof. Okay. So we can run these people over. Whee. Why are my tires blue? Interesting. Yeah, so we got a little city here. And I want to, I want to, what was I up to? Oh, right. I wanted to fix the, the, fuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My brain's not working. Okay, so what we want is to not have to look at these characters that way anymore. We want them to be brighter because we want them to be non-lit instead of lit. And I think the last thing that we were doing before we called it a day last week was the shader graph stuff. Unlit vertex shaders.
We're going to delve into the world of vertex shaders. First, we should talk about what a vertex shader actually is. A mesh is made up of vertices. These are the points that lie on the corners of the mesh, and between those vertices, we have faces which we can see. Each frame, Unity needs to read the vertex data and figure out where exactly to show the vertex on your screen. It does this through a series of transformations, starting with just abstract mesh data where the vertex positions are defined relative to some mesh or...
Wait. Ideally, I think I wanted to bring in the what was it? I wanted to bring in right, I wanted to bring in the anime characters. The anime girl. Let's actually bring her in and we can make a couple of her. And then try and get Ruhanka working. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just get Ruhanka working. If I remember correctly, it's this one. Yeah. Wait, I have her in here already? Did I already move her in? I did. Sweet. Yes. Mhm. Mm. Is it this one? No. Shader graphs. Where did that go? Where's shader graphs? There it is. Did I bring that over? All of those need to change. Okay, so truckun, prefabs, materials. These are specifically shader graphs, right? Yeah. Then we do create folder shaders. And then we bring these two over. Then we're going to bring back over these so we can override our current existing ones. I hope this overrides them. It did not. It's kind of poopy, but oh well. We'll delete this and then just bring this back in. Let's check whether or not they've got the correct things. That is not correct. No, that is correct. Wait, then where are we using the other? Where is this in the prefabs? I think it's prefabs. Are we doing it? Oh no, it's in the FBX files, right? Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. Wait, what? Are wait, we have that we're using this one, right? Maybe I didn't do all of them. Okay, yeah. This one here uses the deformation shader that I created. Which should be Shader graphs. Tune deformation shader. There we go. I feel like it should be that one. No, it's definitely not. Okay. Why is it not bringing over the correct thing? Okay, so how do I export then? Assets. Export a package. We want not this. Don't care about that. Don't care about this. Don't care about that. Don't care about scripts. Shaders we do care about. Don't care about dot city for this one. Don't care about editor. Input system. We do care about this one. Don't care about fmod. Don't care about samples. Text Mesh Pro we don't care about. Tutorial info we can skip. Skip this. Do you care about this one? Why doesn't it have everything? Ah, okay. We want this. Beautiful. Then we want import. Sorry. Import. Wait, this is the wrong truck gun. This is the right one. Import custom package. There. Delete. Custom package. Oh, there it is. Import. Wait. These are wrong. Oh no, school. Right, school's the one that we. Yeah, there we go. Wait, what? I thought this was supposed to be unlit. Why does this look lit? Oh, right, because I put the tune shader on it. Do 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 do. Delete. This is the school one, right? Prefabs? School. There she is. All right, let's see what she looks like when we hit play. She should look fine. Hopefully. Depending on where the fuck I put her. Where did I put her? Oh, you know what? She might have fell. Oh, she's still there. Oh, okay. I gotta round the corner still. There she is. She definitely looks funny, but that's fine. If we go into hub cameras, main cameras, go to virtual camera. here and we're in the top-down car camera. We should be able to move this around here. And we want this to be a third-person follow. And then if we come over to here, we should be able to see it. Camera's really far down there. We do. It's not that one. I think it is this one. And then we do camera distance. There. And then vertical arm there. Do this there. And then we just need to rotate it. No. Let's see exactly how this. Okay, so that is better. Just a little bit. Not quite what I want. Vertical arm length. Camera distance there. Is it this one at 0 or this one at 0? No. Yeah, it's the Y. The Y is going to be our pivot, and then the vertical arm length, and then the camera distance. There we go. Uh, do, do, do. Okay, so then we want dampening to be 0 0.1, 0 0.1, 0 0.1 minimum, right? And then maybe in the Y we want 1. It's shaking a bit too much, right? Oh, wait, none. And then the y here, we want 1. So we want the y to be like really dampened. But it's not. Maybe 0.1? Still really bad. Jumping all over the place. 0? I was hoping that the dampening would work this. Why is it not? Okay, so the dampening is not really what I want. What if I do 10? I think it's supposed to be between 0 and 1, but like look at how it's like how jarring it is when it ugh. So we don't like that. What's the rotate composer? No, I don't like that. Hard look at. There we go. Then the offset on the Y, we'll do that. This is the, oh, there we go. Yeah. Right about maybe there. Okay, so this here we want 0.1 and this we want 1. Let's do 1 on the Z too. I still don't like the bumps, but I think we're going to have to make our own camera, and that's going to solve that problem. The bumps. The bumpity bumps. Die, motherfuckers. Wait, what? Oh, I'm totally stuck. Oh, fuck, I forgot to save. Yeah, I forgot to save it. Damn it. It's hard to look at. Oh, ignore Y. Sweet. Hard to look at. Rotate. No, wait. Where were we at? Rotate composer. This one. Size. Screen position. Size, offset. What's this one, right? Why? No, that's dampening. Huh. Car. That one. There we go. What if I switch this to negative? Ha 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 ha. Cool. Okay. Wait, what? Noise? Mm, Ignore why. Play. We're gonna have to come along and fix the fix the camera permanently at some point. What's up, Chrono? Dude, you missed it earlier. I was playing around with I was doing some work on in Elixir. But my MacBook kept crashing. And I think it has to do with the it had to do with like it was probably I want to say it was the external monitor. Now I got to figure out why this camera is so garbage. You know, it jitters up and down. So bad. I think we're gonna have to make our own camera. Who saw that coming? We're gonna have to make our own controller eventually. But right now the plan is to swap her and them. Create new Animation controller? What do I want to call this? Probably pedestrian controller. Yeah, I was doing some web dev earlier and having lots and lots and lots and lots of problems with my computer. I think my computer crashed like 4 times, and at that point, I just gave up. Shit happens. You're gonna come and see Elixir instead of C Sharp and Unity and be confused for a moment. Uh, it's not her that I'm using, right? No, it's not. That blend shape was fucking great. Is it her? I don't think it's her either. But the the blend shapes are fucking amazing. Um, which one is it? Is it this one? No. Oh, it's this one. It's the one. At the end of the day, shit happens. Okay, so here, right? It's just a matter of, if I remember correctly, it was just a matter of doing this, right? Walk. Let's walk backwards. Forward. Here we go. Walk forward. Create empty state. Ragdoll. Make transition. There we go. Mm-hmm. Where did it go? Here we go. Yeah. And this is going to make a bool. Good ragdoll. Get started. Map creator. Tabs overview. Oh wait, that's why I was like, what's going on here? This doesn't look right. Pedestrian. Crowd GPU animator. Pedestrian test. Bake multi-mesh. We're going to create a Runkel animation. Here's the hub here. Let's go to our prefabs. AI, this one here. Optimize game objects. Ooh, that's a thing. Wait, that's a thing? Did I do that? I don't know if I did. Only one way to find out. Wait. Uncheck. Oh, okay. Uncheck. Okay. What was it? It was definition authoring. Okay. From animator. So this is where we need to like toggle things effectively, right? Because like right now we don't have bones, but we're going to need bones later. But for now, this should have her. So for now, we're just going to say boom. And then we go into the proper scene now. I think she should be walking, especially if we add her to, we add her to the scene, our sub scene here. We just dump her in there. There she is. And then we hit play. We should be able to drive around and see her now. And she should just be walking. Yeah, Chrono, I was working on the a thing for one sec. Where is she? She's around here somewhere. Should be around here somewhere. Where's the player? Oh, there's the player. I think that's, yeah, that's the right way. There she is. She is definitely not walking. Yeah, where's the spawn point? Over there. Okay, I'm going to move her closer to the spawn point so we don't have to drive around looking for her. There we go. She should be walking. Like, she shouldn't be moving around, but she should be walking. Like, at least walking in place. Do, do, do. Animation. Welcome. Ah, I don't have that. What's up, Fox? I might set up so This is the Mac Mini that I was working off of, or sorry, the Mac Pro that I was working off of, and this one kept crashing. So I might just set up this instead and work off of this, or I might set up this MacBook and work off of this one instead. But I'm not sure what I want to do. And yes, I do have a lot of Macs. You are correct. Fabs. AI. This is the this is the ragdoll. This one's the walk. This is the one that I want. How goes it? Yeah, it goes. Oh, it's always animate. That's what we wanted. No wonder it wasn't working. She's not walking though. That's like the entirety of everything, and here it doesn't want to work. Just weird. I think this is set up the same way. So she's not walking. I think she's also kind of in the air. Yeah, she is in the air. See? Huh. Stop. Animator scene. Let's take a look at this. Oh, that's why. Remove. Move component. Wait, what? Move component. Remove component. I think that's everything. No, there's still an arm, right? So if I save, it's upper left. There it is. Why are these like this? Huh? Create. Do. Okay, so this has a mesh. Wait. So it's a skinned mesh. So we do create an empty, and we call this mesh. I wonder if I can just move this over. It looks so bad. Um, okay, so she should walk now. Maybe. I don't know if I set up the animations correctly. That might be the problem. There she is. Mm. I'll, I'll be right back. There we go. Don't think that I have it in hybrid mode right now, do I? What do I have right now for my pedestrian config? Yeah, if I do Ruhonka and hit play, what happens? I forgot to hit fucking. I forgot to generate. I think this is gonna not work. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh no, they're there. Oh look, they're all great and walking around with the T pose now. Okay, so well, why don't we test this now? Hybrid. Oh my god, it works. Dope. Okay. We don't get the ragdolls anymore, but that's kind of to be expected. So good. Okay, let's take a look at my material. That's in the shaders, right? Character? Yeah, here we go. We're gonna do that, and there it looks infinitely better. There we go. That's better. We're gonna have to come back to that at some point, but for now we want to do the create. Pure entities animated with in dots. Create a pedestrian prefab with the animator. Add pedestrian authoring and rig. Is it just is it literally just add the pedestrian thing? I think that's it. So this pedestrian authoring. Oh. I think that's it. Closer and closer. Yeah. One fuck up at a time. So this is the list I think of pedestrians for Ruhonka here, right? So I'm fairly certain. So if I say 9 and then we take the prefab from AI and we just slot it in there, we should see her walking around now. I think that should be it. And then it should be done, right? There she is. Look at that. She's still not animating though. Always animate. Just do that. Golden for now. Like obviously culling is important, but like always animate just fixes the problem. Now we won't get any of those weird errors anymore. So she's still like walking funny. And these guys are not these guys don't want to work either. These guys don't work for a good reason though. Shader graph. Is corrupt. It was likely part of the. Okay, but we're still not getting the right. Like she's walking, but inside of whatchamacallit, she's not walking. That was interesting. See if it's fixed itself. Might have. Who the fuck knows? It's. I'm not surprised. Okay. So we can. We're just gonna bring that. Oh, cool. It went down to 1. Exactly what I wanted, anyways. What's this one? That's not the one I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Wait, what? No. There we go. 1. Yeah, I'm not sure. The other option here, you bear with me. The other option would be to go back to config common, right? If we go to Western here and we do hybrid on demand like this, right? Is it this one? We could skip through Honka altogether for now. How to create a hybrid. Create entity as hybrid and GPU pedestrian. Hybrid skin is enabled if is a hybrid entity. Create a GPU pedestrian. Hybrid shape factory? What was it? It was tools. I really like the idea of just doing this with Ruhanka, because Ruhanka is supposed to be like one of the best ones for animations, right? Like if I go here and we put it back to say Ruhanka and hybrid. Physics play. Because we want to, ideally, we want to spawn in the. I gotta figure out why we're not getting animations here, though. Hmm. Okay, and turn that off. Here we go to Ruhanka only, and we hit play. Ah. So because they're so they what's happening is that they're getting unloaded and it's causing problems. But without the Falcom calling, you get oddities as well here. So if this one's like call completely, right, and then we clear this and we hit play, we should have problems. So that's the and here we want to do this on cameras, main camera, cameras. Is it the main camera? Like, is that's the calling point, right? Is this the main camera though? How do we know which physical camera it is? 'Cause I don't think this is a camera, right? So it would use this one or this one. Hmm. Okay, so it would just be the one, right? That's not the right camera. That's a camera, but not the right camera. I feel like it's probably this one here. Ah, yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we just got to figure out why they're in that weird shape. Why are they hanging like that and not walking? That was my Discord. I forgot to put enable streamer mode. So these guys just don't want to animate at all. Oh, you know what? There's main camera. This one's also main camera. There we go. Wait, we just did our culling stuff, right? There's the camera culling. Casting light. There's our directional light. That's so weird. That's why. There we go. Yeah, whatever, it worked. Wait, what? If bone attachments are ordinary meshes, debug info. Okay, so clear and hit play. Feel like it's about to crash. All right, so let's skip the Ronco one. That's causing problems. We can always come back to it later. I guess we need to create a version of that doesn't cause problems. Uh, these are the rag dolls. And I think these are the ones that GPU skins. Yeah, I got 4 message from you. Hey, you and your Ninja Creamy. I wonder if Gaz is gonna buy one though. No, I was never going to. It was like I straight up said that I don't have the room for it. If I had the room for it, I'd buy one. If I had the room, I would buy one because I love ice cream. Specifically, I really love soft serve ice cream. So I would buy one if I had the room. Oh no, I straight up do not have room. I already know I don't have room. I've looked at it in the store. But also like I just had to get rid of an appliance because it was taking up too much space. Yeah, no, I've got a small kitchen, so yeah. It's That's like an absolutely not going to happen. Also, right now I don't have the money anyways. Being laid off and all of that. So if I move into a bigger place and I have a job, and when I have a job again, I'll probably think about it. Like I can't even keep the stand mixer out, or the like I have a stand mixer that I can't that is in a box somewhere else because I can't keep it in the kitchen. I also have like a food processor that also I can't keep in the kitchen because the kitchen's too small. Um, I barely ever have the toaster out because it takes up too much space in the kitchen. Like it's crazy. The kitchen's fucking tiny. Oh, it's a small apartment, dude. I live in one of the most expensive cities in the world. You look at like the average GDP of the city I live in, and then you look at the housing prices, it's fucking ridiculous. Like if you take average incomes and you look at pricing, it's like I think like there's only like I think we're in the top like 3 of the world or something like that. Like it's crazy. It's insane. To be fair, Canada has some of the most unaffordable housing in the world. Like I think it's worse than like well, it's worse than Japan, I believe, and I think we beat out America, including California. Canada's 100% a policy based problem. Are for it's like there's a number of issues, but one of the big ones that's like the easiest for us to like immediately tackle is our immigration numbers are too high for how many houses we're building every year. And that's something that needed to be that's something that we should have taken care of a long time ago. Like the math on that never checked out. I think like last year we had like three times the number of people moved to Canada than the amount of houses built, or like not necessarily houses, but like housing that was put up. And it's just like even if we had 100% saturation, like zero places in all of Canada were not rented or purchased and had people actually actively living in them, we still wouldn't have enough houses. Like straight up, there's literally not enough housing in Canada to support the population. And then and they didn't decrease the immigration numbers until like until like later in the year. And it's just like we had like 4 years of that where it was just like our immigration numbers are this tall and this is how much housing we have. And it's just like wow, I wonder why we had problems. Pure GPU skin. No, government and housing projects wouldn't fix the problem. It would make it worse. The market-based approach is the only way to do it. The problem is that like what is it like 60%? There's too much regulation. At least that's what the contractors are all saying, that there's too much regulation that's inhibiting them from building. There's also like a problem, like specifically like in my city, like every city is different. Like every city, every town is going to have different regulations and different coding codes, and the building, the reason why places are not getting built fast enough is going to be different for every spot. But like in my city specifically, it's something like 30 to 40 or 60% of the cost to build is regulatory shit. Like it's crazy, right? Like it jacks up the price like insane amounts. Sure, 100%. They will lie, they will cheat, and they will steal. But if if we look at like how much more expensive and slower, because like we have housing that's provided by the government, and the housing the housing projects that get provided by the government are usually like they're like 4 times the price to build than a private company, a private um uh contracting company, whatever, right? Like um then they're usually they and they're way less affordable, but they're artificially they end up being artificially affordable because they're so heavily subsidized, right? But the price to maintain and keep up and stuff like that is astronomical compared to like what they would cost regular, like if they just had a developer come in and build it, right? And then we can remove some of the development cost, right? By like just not having so much red tape. And that doesn't fix the problem entirely, because like you said, it is a very complicated problem, but like adding more layers of bureaucracy is not fixing it, because we've been doing that in Canada and it's getting worse every year. We're building less houses now than we every year we have a decrease in housing builds. The other one that's been cited recently is that materials are too expensive. Yeah. To be fair though, like my city doesn't really have a lot of that style of rentals. Like I've never actually rented from like a big company. I've only ever rented from like individuals. Most of the like my city, so I live in Vancouver, right? Like the Greater Vancouver area. The Greater Vancouver area does not really have, like, we have some. It's not zero, but developers sell. They sell, and it's all condos, right? And then people rent out their condos. Uh no, that's a really complicated one too, because like we have a lot of really bad regulation around that too. But that so like the it being too expensive, I think that had to do with the inflation at the time. And that might have gone away also, but it also comes down to like if we build a building that has this many units in it, we need to sell this many of the units at this price in order for it to be profitable to build. And we need to sell this many units at this price in order for it to make financial sense for us to build it, right? And the pricing the pricing per unit, they weren't going to be able to necessarily build at, right? That was going to make it profitable. So they weren't building because of that for a little bit. I don't know if that's changed or not. I know the bubble in my area is actually starting to pop, and prices for like housing prices are actually coming down in my area. They're not plummeting, but they are coming down. So stick to dealing with small landlords because developers will try and screw you. I've never had it like it's it's almost difficult to find developers to rent from in my city. Like in it, so in my building, right? Like so I'm renting from an individual, right? Like uh like a husband and wife is what I'm renting from. In my building though, there is somebody who owns like 3 units and they have like a property manager that deals with everything. And then like across the street there was a building built and I think that one's developer owned. But it's like it's really uncommon because I think financially it doesn't make sense to actually run the build the building and then operate it as a rental unit specifically in my city, right? Because like there's more money to be made by selling it. For the developer makes more money by selling it and moving on to the next project rather than building a building and then maintain like being a landlord. So that happens. My girlfriend was in a full like a single landlord building at one point, but it wasn't like a corporate landlord. It was like the guy owned the building and rented out every single unit or as many of the units as he could, right? And she just happened to rent one of them, but he only owned the one building. So we also have that. But like it's weird. Like there's some uniqueness to my city specifically, like that we don't really have corporate landlords. It's really weird. Because like you'd think a big city like this would have lots of them, and they're just almost non-existent. and and you can kind of pick them out because most of the time if the building doesn't have balconies, it's probably like an actual proper apartment building. And if it does have balconies, chances are that it's probably a condo, and a condo means that they sold off and there's individuals in the condo that are renting out. It's weird. Got so flipped in America that developers were hopping to build rentals and now had to flip their projects at a loss. Yeah. I don't know, it's weird, but yeah. I had a friend that unfortunately passed away and he was living in a like corporate landlord situation. And regardless of what was going on every year, they would max out how much they were allowed to increase people's rent. And there was one year specifically that he was telling me about where some shit was going down, and effectively what happened is the entire building got so pissed off because something they weren't maintaining something, or there was like it was too loud, or I don't remember all the details, but the entire building banded together and we're just like, no, we're not paying that. And the the landlord was just like, the landlord tried to threaten them and they're just like, fuck you, we'll move out. And the entire building said it essentially, and the landlord was just like, well, fuck. Never mind, we're not doing it. We're not doing it anymore. I think it had to do with like noise complaints though. Yeah. I don't know. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that whoever comes into power in Canada next will actually try and fix the housing problem. Yeah. I'm hoping whoever comes into power next, because it's either going to be Pierre Polyev or Mark Carney, and whoever comes into power next, I'm hoping that they actually do something about the housing problem in Canada. Um, right now, I don't think that Carney's talked about it much, and so far Pierre Polyev is the only one that has put forward something that could potentially maybe fix some of the housing problem. And that's only because I haven't heard much about Carney's platform, because he hasn't really been in office for very long. I mean, he hasn't been running for very long. I think he's been running for all of like a week or 2 weeks or something like that. Where Polyev's been like, he's been beating the drum for like 4 years, so it's easier to know kind of what his platform is, a little bit at least. But like Pierre Polyev's plan, one of the things that he wants to do is he wants to tie housing, like build approvals, to um, building approval percentages to, or increase percentages to, or something like that, to infrastructure dollars. So like the general idea is, if you're not approving this much more, like this percentage more of builds per year, then we will decrease the amount of infrastructure dollars that you get by the difference between like where your number, like what your percentage is to what your percentage was supposed to be. Right. And so like if you were supposed to be at 15 and you only did 13, you get a 2% decrease in how much infrastructure budget you get, to try and encourage the cities themselves to actually figure out what's causing the problems in your areas, because every city and every town is going to be a bit different. My biggest concern there is that, like, if you've got a small town that has a decreasing population, because there are some of them, right? Or like a very stagnant population, there's not a purpose to build more. Right? Yeah, I think I've heard a little bit about the Singapore one. Yeah. But yeah, they'll like, there's some areas in Canada that will probably need like a special carve out specifically to not lose infrastructure dollars, because like it just won't necessarily make sense for them to approve new buildings all the time, right? Like they might approve like 2-3 buildings a year maybe. Right? But like cities like Vancouver, there's no reason for them not to. If I'm reading some of his policies, not good. Well, we only really have two options, and I don't know if I trust Mark Carney. He's super shady. He's refusing, like, there's one thing that I'd really like him to do that he's not going to do. And so one of the things is, when you get into that level of politics, you have to release a you have to be transparent about your holdings, right? Like which like any financial holdings that you have, and they have to go into a blind trust. But because he was at a certain level of like, money, where he knows what's in his blind trust for like the next 8 years, right? There's very little that the person holding his blind trust can do to like divest him from what he already has. He can obviously bring down the numbers or bring up the numbers, right? But he can't really sell off all of a position, because like he's not legally allowed to, because like Mark Carney wouldn't legally be allowed to. And he refuses, and he's going to have to release that information, like what went into the blind trust, to the Canadian public. But he doesn't legally have to release it publicly until after the election. and he refuses to do it before the election. And my question to him at that point is, what is compromising you so badly that you believe that being transparent about this is going to hurt you more than being transparent, than the benefit of being transparent with people? There's also other things about him, like he lied about his involvement in the 2008 housing crisis. He said that he enacted policy and stuff like that that helped a lot. In reality, he was like he was a part of it, a part of like why Canada. Well, no, journalists are asking, and he refuses to answer, and he told them to fuck off. Yeah, he told the journalist to he effectively told a journalist that asked him about it to go fuck themselves, and that he wasn't going to answer their question. And there's no legal ramification because he's not doing anything illegal. And because a lot of his holdings are private, right? They're private investment deals. There's no way for a journalist to get that information other than somebody doing something illegal. But like there's a couple things, like, so he refuses to be transparent about that, right? Which makes me believe that he's got something in there that is super compromising to the fact that he believes that it would cost him the election to be transparent about, right? Who knows? I don't know. But he's got something in there that's super shit, that he really does not want the Canadian people to know about, and he's trying to hide it as long as possible because he thinks it's going to lose him the election. And the other one is there's another thing that he did is he was the chairman of the board for a asset company. I think it was an asset company. It was something to do with finance, right? And their headquarters was in Toronto. And in December, they moved their headquarters to New York. Or like in January, it moved to New York. I don't remember the precise timeline, but during an interview, he stated that he had nothing to do with the move, and that he wasn't part of the board when the move went down or when the move was decided on. Yet the reports show that he put out a letter to the shareholders urging them to vote yes for the move. He was part of the board that voted. He was the head of the board. He was the chairman of the board when the vote happened. And I think by the time the move officially did happen, he was not part of the board anymore. Because he stepped down to start running for politics. There's also like, I don't know if this one's true, but I heard it in passing and it could be true. So, he might have holdings with a heat pump company or a couple heat pump companies. Yeah, so he might have holdings in a couple heat pump companies, and he was the financial advisor or something like that, or the economic advisor to Trudeau and the Liberal Party, like the Liberal Party, for like the past like 3 years or 3 or 4 years or something like that. And he was part of the group when they decided to give a carve out to part of Canada, or they gave a carve out to Canada to alleviate carbon taxes, to make it cheaper to heat your home. If you got a heat pump, you could get rebates. And there's a rumor that he might have owned or be financially invested in heat pump companies at the time when that happened, or when the week after he got brought on to be the economic advisor or whatever to the Liberal Party. He immediately flew off to China to take like a $250 million loan from the Chinese government um, to invest in housing builds. Uh, yeah, to do some real estate stuff. So I don't know if I trust him. He was also tight with that lady from like him and his family apparently allegedly. I say this allegedly because I don't know how true it is, and we're in election periods, so like everybody's lying about everybody, so I don't 100% trust them. But like there's rumors that he was pretty tight with I what was her name, Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever, the Epstein girl, and his family was tight with her. And there's photos of them like actually being really friendly with each other. Yeah, but there's a lot of really shady things about the man, and I don't know if I want to trust him because like he lied. There's a plagiarism accusation regarding his PhD or whatever um his economics PhD. Um, the UK is saying that he did a shitty job, and that he uh, he promoted too many policies that ended up hurting him, the UK and stuff like that. Although that's again a political thing, I'm sure people think that he did a great job as well, but still, people are like, "Oh, he did such a good job in the UK," and it's just like not everybody thinks that. But the one of the big ones though, like that kind of rubs me the wrong way is him lying about how involved he was in the 2008 crisis while he was the Canadian the head of the Bank of Canada. He made it sound like he was involved in making policy that got us through that limited us to our exposure to it. And in reality, it had nothing to do with him. He lowered he all he did was lower, like he did the exact same thing as his American counterpart did, right? Like he lowered interest rates and effectively did what he was told. And he's taking credit from somebody who actually did a really good job. So that's fucked up. But yeah, no, he's been caught lying too much, and he's only been in politics for like all of like 2 months. But yeah, I don't like any of them. I trust all politicians equally, about as far as I can throw them. Actually, no, that gives an unfair advantage to small people. Yeah, no, it was not a win for anybody. Canada actually did really well during the 2008 crisis, right? Like Canada actually, in the grand scheme of things, Canada won. We actually did really well during that time, like as a country, right? Obviously, we got hit, but like we actually did very very well during that time. But that was just because of like there was good policy in place ahead of time, right? That limited our exposure to it, and then good policy during it and good policy afterwards that got us through that really well. It's like Canada itself did phenomenally for what happened, right? Um, yeah, we didn't get fucked like the states did. The states got really fucked, and that was yeah. I feel bad, man. Anytime shit like that happens, though, people actually die. There's always something you want to try and avoid. Create textures and animation sheets. How are things, Voxel? Oh man. Do a bit more of the same. Thanks to Musk and Trump dismantling the offices that would stop future crash. Yeah. Well, at least you're not doing too bad. I'm trying to figure out this right now. So I was able to get her kind of in, but like there's definitely some like settings or something like that going fucky with the Rohanka animations. And I wonder if it's because it might not be Rohanka 2 compatible and it might only be Rohanka 1 compatible. So but right now I'm trying to get that girl in place of all of these guys so we can run them over. I'm planning on reforming my Patreon and developing multi-part kits. Nice. What type of kits? Like environment kits or characters or mechs or I don't remember what you like to model. I haven't seen your models in forever, dude. Yeah, I was thinking that you did more mechy stuff. A lot of the group does a lot of like hard surface modeling, surprisingly. Man, pretty much like the entire community outside of like people that frequent Gaz is like dead. Like we never really hear from Arkham anymore. Unfortunately. I think he just got really busy with work. And he got himself a girlfriend now. Ooh, that's a nice looking tank. You did a good job. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Okay, crowd GPU animator. He's out of a job right now and doing lots of portfolio stuff. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Well, I knew about that, but I didn't want to say it because he told me personally. So I wasn't sure if it was public knowledge or not. I'm assuming that it is public knowledge. Yeah, he did that axe thing recently. That was really good. He did a crazy good job on that. I don't know who the other two people are. Yeah, everybody's getting there's so many layoffs going on right now. I was trying to get this like little like language vocab learning app going and it just kept crashing this morning. My computer would like hard crash every time I tried to use it. Work on it for some reason. But it wasn't crashing until after I plugged in the little like this. So I think that it's this that's the problem. Okay, that makes sense. How to bake. Not really the baking that I'm wondering about right now. Pure GPU skin. Create texture animation sheet. This is the bake. How to bake. Skinned mesh. Anyways, I gotta go to the market. Catch you soon, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat, I think. I'm gonna go eat and maybe call it a day. Maybe do some of this off stream where I can kind of take my time a little bit more with it and try and figure it out. All right, Chrono, you have a good one too. Cheers, everybody.